Welcome one, welcome all to the Tuesday live stream. And today happened to be the release of the 2.0 update for Quad Cortex. So when I saw my email today, I was like, I think I'm just going to, I'm just going to check. I'm just going to do a live stream on this topic. So my headphones just went down. Let's see here. Just my headphones. Check. Okay, there we are. Make sure my monitor's down. Okay. I am using a new recording setup this week, and now until I change it, by switched over to Apollo or Universal Audio. So I have an Apollo X4 on the desk and an Apollo X8 in the rack. That means I can have up to 8 unison mic pre's, multiple ADAT machines, and a lot of good processing going in to whether I'm recording or live streaming. So right now you're hearing my vocal through a API Vision channel strip, which is something I actually bought many years ago, probably about 7 years ago, when I first got an Apollo Twin. And for some reason I sold the Apollo because I didn't feel like it worked for my setup. And I still had these 3 plugins just hanging around in my my account through Universal Audio. So once I got another Apollo interface, which is what you need in order to run these plugins, at least at least through the console. They have a Spark thing now you can pay for monthly, but I'm not going to do all that. So I have a little compression, a little EQ, a little high pass filter, and I feel like my vocals sounding pretty nice. But you let me know how it sounds. Here's my guitar. And I did a small recording before I went live and checked my levels, and everything sounded pretty good on my end. So if anything goes awry during this live stream, let me know. But we are going to get right into this new update for the Quad Cortex. So for many years, I've been a headrush guy, and I still am a headrush guy. I played my headrush all day today at work, testing out different recording options and different stuff while I play guitar. But around probably July or August of last year, I decided I wanted to learn about different units other than just the headrush. So if you're a headrush user out there and you're seeing this video being, oh my gosh, what happened? Is he switching? Is he not ever going to use headrush ever again? No, that's not the case. I am still a headrush guy. I still like the headrush and I think it sounds great. But I do enjoy learning about other aspects in the guitar modeler world. So it just sharpens my skills, keeps my knowledge up into a master's degree level of knowledge or something like that. And it's very cool to look at similarities and differences in all these different units and just seeing what kind of workflows are available and all that stuff. So the Quad Cortex 2.0 was released today, and I have a special scene called up here, which is this one. So you can see the Quad Cortex right here. And I did learn this week that if I shoot anything overhead, I need to have this overhead camera set to manual focus instead of autofocus. If I had an autofocus and I put my hand over it, it would focus in on the hand and everything else would be blurred out, which is not good. I actually just shot a whole series on the Fractal AX8 with the autofocus on, and you can still pretty much see the Uh, you can still see the screen okay, but it's just a little fuzzy here and there. And I do not have my air off. So I'm not even sure where I put the remote. So if it bothers you, if you can hear the air in the background, let me know and I will find the remote and turn it off. But I don't see it in my drawers. So I stuck it somewhere and I don't know where I put it. But I'll turn off the air if I need to, okay? Yeah, I don't see it. All right, here we go. So here's the sound of my quad Cortex going through a AC20. This is actually a Fractal Audio Systems AC20. So this is an amp from the AX8. All right, so we got some comments here. Let's say hi to Kevin is in the house. Hello, Kevin. And Aaron Short is asking, does the JP2C model have all the EQ options from the amp? Well, we are going to get into all that very soon. Without further ado, let's actually go in and update this thing live right here in front of you. So we're going to go down to settings and I'm going to click on update cloud backup. This will replace the cloud backup made on 12/16/2022 with the current files on your quad Cortex. Sure. So we'll wait for that. I'm currently under the account tab. There's Wi-Fi and there's other things, but it's currently backing up. So we'll get into all the cool and fun features here very soon. Here's the web page if you are so inclined to read along with me here. So let me get this positioned. And I'm not sure if I can zoom in on this screen or not. I'm sure I can. Zoom to app windows. Okay, this is fine. So download it via settings, device options, device updates. So I actually need to go to, all right, so that's all done. So device options, device updates, and there is a green dot right there. So it's kind of let you know that, hey, there's something new going on. You can actually click on see what's new. If I go back to my screen here, so we got see what's new, and we have download update. So I am connected to my Wi-Fi here in the studio, and I don't have to plug it into a computer or do any of that. It just downloads via Wi-Fi. Now, the Wi-Fi in my house is actually a little bit faster than it is here in the studio. So we'll see how long this actually takes. But it may not take too long. Maybe a few minutes. Aaron is asking, will I keep it now? So I'm in a weird predicament to where I am needing to finish a bathroom here in the studio, but I have a lot of money tied up in devices that I kind of need to figure out which ones I'm going to keep. I'm definitely selling the Helix. I've had the Helix up on the marketplace for a few weeks now, and just nobody wants to buy it. Probably everybody, wants the brand new quad Cortex or a Fractal unit or whatever. And, it's like, oh, the Helix, why do I want that? Wi-Fi. Get that Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi going. I was born in Alabama with a banjo on my knee. So as it's updating, you can actually hear some guitar. So Now, a few weeks ago, I did a small little shootout between the Headrush and the Quad Cortex. And there was a lot of sounds that were similar, but there was also a lot of sounds that were completely different. And that could be, due to a lot of factors. Um, but maybe not tonight because I have to get a demo done for a client up in New York. But maybe tomorrow night or Thursday night, I will sit down with the Quad Cortex and the Headrush and do a proper A/B test. And probably it'll be a blind test where you won't know which one's which. You just kind of have to use your ears and let me know which one you think is the Quad Cortex and which one you think is the Headrush. And that'll be a good test on, how they're similar. Because really, my whole criteria for guitar tones is really how it sounds in a mix. You can make anything sound good all by itself, but it has to really sit in a mix for me to have a usable tone. And sometimes a usable tone in a very dense mix means you're cutting out a lot of bass. You're carving off some of that high end to make room for the cymbals and other vocals and stuff like that. So I know a lot of you guys are just bedroom players, or you might play at your local church, or you're just kind of a hobbyist, and you're used to making these huge fat tones in your headphones or in your studio monitors, or maybe an FR speaker, and that's all well and good, but coming from a producer side of things, I know that the tone you get in your headphones before you record, then the tones that you actually need in the mix are totally different things. And we're on 6% right now, so this is going to take a little while. But y'all go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll just chat up a little bit while the Quad Cortex is updating. So, Aaron Short, a big Kemper guy, but he's now considering selling the Kemper. So, some reasons for that is the Quad Cortex has actual microphone inputs on the back. And since it has 4 cores, quad 4, that you can load up on your screen, you could have a vocal chain on one core or on one line, a guitar chain on your second line, a bass chain on your third line, and maybe a secondary guitar or some other instrument, maybe even a keyboard on the fourth line. And they can all be sent out to the front of house using the different combinations of outputs on the back of the Quad Cortex. And there's just a lot of flexibility with the Quad Cortex. While this is updating here, let's go ahead and look at this PDF here on the screen. So Aaron Short is updating as we speak. I bet you'll update sooner than I am. I'm on 8% right now. So like I said, my Wi-Fi is working, but it's not as fast as it is in the house. So if I was smart, I probably would have updated way before I went live. But I just figured I'd do this live right here in front of you and, see what happens. So we are looking at the hybrid mode. So you can configure a hybrid mode view in the new modes configuration option on main menu. It also allows you to assign a separate mode to each row of foot switches. Hybrid mode is ideal for people who want to quickly access new presets while having granular control within their active preset by incorporating stop mode or scene mode. You can create a hybrid mode out of any of the 3 available modes. Additionally, you can remove modes you don't use to toggle between 3, 2, or even just one active mode. So hybrid mode is a very familiar concept if you're coming from a Helix or a Headrush or pretty much any other unit. And what that means is if you have 8 switches on your interface here, let me go back to my overhead view. We're on 10%, folks. So the A through D switches right here, this could be set up in either, well, before you can only choose between preset, scene, or stomp. Okay. And now they're giving you the option to say, I want my presets across the top, but I want my scenes but my scenes or my stomps across the bottom. And what that's going to give you is the flexibility to hit your core sound and then turn on and off different combinations of pedals or one pedal one at a time if you're in stomp mode. And then you can go to like another preset. And that could be maybe song 2. It could be a verse, chorus, bridge, solo section of your song. But really, that's what scenes are for, I think, switching between different sections of a song. But I think preset is like, you can think of this especially if you organize your songs as you have them in a set list. And if you're in a band and you're playing maybe like an hour slot somewhere at a local club or bar, you might have 10 songs in your set. So song A or switch A could be your first song. B, C, D can be your 2, 3, and 4 songs. Then you bank up to go to your next set of presets, which is 5 through 8. Then you bank up again or bank down, whichever direction you need to go. And there's your 9 through 12 songs, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a good option if you want to think about your workflow either live or in the studio. It's like, this is my main core presets that I need to get through a set. And then you're able to have either stomps or scenes across the bottom. Now, I've seen a few videos earlier today about, hybrid mode is great, but it would be even better to have total flexibility on which switch has what. So maybe you just need, A and B to be presets, and then the rest, and then C and D to have scenes, and then E, F, G, and H to be stomps or something like that. So, we're not totally there with the quad Cortex on total flexibility, but to be honest, the head rush and the Helix doesn't do that either. You pretty much have to choose between presets across one row of switches and then scenes or stomps across the next row of switches. And I'm pretty sure the Helix actually updated that functionality even more to where you can make any switch be anything you want. But I'll have to dive deeper into that aspect because I do have a HX effects as well as a Helix floor until it's sold. So if you're watching this live stream and you want a Helix floor, I have one for sale. Message me either on my website or privately through Facebook Messenger or Instagram at Dr. McFarland Studios or just at Dr. McFarland. And you'll find me on all social media there. We're on 15% here, folks. Yeah, Aaron's saying Helix, you can do whatever you want. So that was all updated. I think in the last like 3.0 update, possibly, or something like that. So there's some flexibility out there. I know if you have an FM9, that is very flexible. And also you can make each foot switch have a double mode. Like you can hit a switch and then hit it again and have it do something different. That's also very similar to morph mode on the Kemper, where you select a rig and then hit the same switch again, and it morphs into an A-B setting. Like A is the first hit and then B is the second hit. And you can choose any kind of morph setting you want. You can have more mix on the delay, more drive on your amp, just all kinds of different stuff. So Kemper is actually very, very flexible. So that's what's cool about learning about all these different units is just you see how each one works, and you actually see a very how each one is very similar as well. A lot of people like to get caught up on like the tone, like this tone is better than this tone on this device and whatnot. But really, at the end of the day, I mean, tone is important. I mean, you want to sound good, but you also want to be able to have the workflow available to where your live set list or your studio sounds. You just want to be able to access them as easy as possible without having to bend over and do some crazy stuff on the screen or with the knobs or whatever it is. So Joe Miller is in the house. What up, Joe? Hybrid mode is very useful. Glad they are adding it. Um, it is a very good thing to have that functionality. I am streaming video on the same Wi-Fi. Yes. So, I mean, my Wi-Fi is fast enough for, you know, to do what I need to do, but it is a little slow. And I don't know how big this update is. I mean, it could be 5 gigs or something. So it's just going to take a little bit. But this is a good opportunity to just chime in, ask your questions, and all that stuff. I just want to have one unit and master it. Yep. Yeah, I've definitely mastered the head rush at this point after 5 years of using it. I think I started back in 2018 and 17 or 18, something like that. It's been a long time. I've had the head rush for a very long time. If you search for any head rush videos on YouTube, you'll see pretty much my channel, like in all the suggested videos. There's other guys out there that make head rush videos as well, but um, I am the primary source for all things head rush, I think. Um, that doesn't make me cool or anything, but it's just the way it is. I was cranking them out for all those years. Um, Joe, that's what I mentioned earlier. Uh, I will compare the head rush and QC in a pre-made video so I can have total control over how long it is and get all my tones and stuff dialed in. Aaron says he has a JP2C. I thought you had a like a 525 or something like that. But I'm sure they both sound great. Aaron, I'm playing through right now. I'm playing through an AC20, which is a Fractal Audio Systems head or amp off the AX8. It's a capture that I made before I shipped off the AX8. It sounds great. Last Friday, me and my friend Landon, we got together for a music club. I started a music club here locally. And my wife has a book club. So I was like, hey, why can't I have a music club and have friends over and just jam and talk about music and gear and whatever else? So that's what we did. And we actually captured my my Supro Delta King 12 amplifier. And it turned out great. It sounded really, really good. I was impressed. Yes, I am playing currently while updating. I could press done right now and maybe have it updated in the background, but I don't want to move away from this screen and then, have the update stop. So it could be scary. Something is making a noise there. I don't know what it is. I only have the QC hooked up and my microphone hooked up. I do have the air on in the background, but it's very, very low. So I'm not sure what it could be. I mean, I have my phone next to stuff. I don't know what it is. Something's making a noise there. Computer sound. Very annoying. I don't know. You gotta let me know. I don't hear anything in my headphones. Well, every time someone makes a comment, there's like a little blurp sound that comes on. Yeah, it's the chirping of a post. I can mute the sound effects probably, and also mute this movie sound. And yeah, you hear them in other live streams. I do. I probably just need to mute the sound effects. I don't know Ecamm Live all that well. I just know it enough to turn it on and start streaming. So see if I go to Wi-Fi. I'm connected to my Dr. McFarlane Studios Wi-Fi. And see, I went away from the screen and it's still updating just fine. So has all the switches. I'm sure it does. Most of the models on the Quad Cortex has pretty much all the knobs and switches that the real amp has. Aaron, I don't know how well this would work, but if you want to go live with me, you can. We can talk about the Quad Cortex together. That might be a disaster. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think I'd have to do some kind of mix minus thing with your vocal on your side. And you might have to direct me on how to do that here in the UAE console. Aaron's laughing. He's like, no way. I'm not going live with you. All right, Aaron's going to go play for a little bit. I'm on 29% here, folks. Man, that was a bad idea. All right, while we're waiting, let's go back to our assignments here. So we got hybrid mode, which we've talked about, the cab IR global bypass. So it is now possible to globally bypass cabs, IR loaders, or neural captures of cabs on any row. Globally bypassed devices will be indicated with a bypass icon on the grid, but will not be grayed out. So what this does is pretty much any device allows you to, if you were sending a signal to front of house, either maybe XLR left and right or something, but you also want to send a signal to a real amp on stage or a power amp and cabinet, you usually don't want to have the same full signal going to your amp, because now you're going to be doubling up on the cab or impulse response that you have in your signal path here. So you want to be able to bypass that while still sending a full signal to the front of house. So what the global that's exactly what this is doing. So it globally bypasses devices indicated with a cabs on any row. So if you have I have to really see for this myself how this actually works. So I'm still not used to all the different. With the headrush, you really just have like one continuous line that you can put stuff in. You can break it out into other signal paths, but it's really not all that flexible. And when you have a totally flexible signal path like you do on the quad cortex or even the fractal units, you also kind of have a little flexibility on the helix as well. It's just not something I'm very used to. So I could quite possibly could get confused on exactly how to do all that. But in the upcoming days and I'm sure weeks, I will do a separate video on each one of these features, and I can flesh out the some examples of exactly what all this is doing. Um, all right, we also have a global EQ. So a global EQ has been added to output 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and is available via the I/O settings screen. Tap the EQ button on the I/O settings screen to open a 5-band parametric EQ that you can assign to either out 1 and 2, out 3 and 4, or both pairs of outputs. So what this does is it says you can show up to a gig and what you heard at the house or in the studio is not exactly what you hear at the venue, and you can globally EQ your main outputs or your outputs 3 and 4, which is what you would be sending out to your amplifier on stage, and you can kind of just shape the sound a little bit, going to different sources. So we're going to different destinations. You can now assign the master volume to something different. So it is now possible to configure which outputs the master volume knob controls via device options screen. The level of send 1 and 2 is only controlled by the master volume knob when they are being used as outputs and not when they are being used in an effects loop block on the grid. So that is very, very handy to have, basically be sending full signal to the front of house, but then maybe using the volume knob to adjust the volume, maybe going to an FR speaker or a power amp and cab on the stage. Or if you have some headphones plugged in, you can use the master knob to control your headphone volume while still sending the full signal maybe to a recorder or, like I said, to the front of house. So all very, very simple concepts to grasp. And these are just things that pretty much every unit needs to have nowadays. The headrush has that flexibility. Well, at least the headrush pedal board does. The gig board and the MX5 are slightly limited. But it's good to have these options. So, gain reduction meter. The gain reduction meter has been added to the parameter editor of all compression devices except the Jewel and Chief CS3. So if you've done any kind of compression over the years, it's really, really great to be able to see how much of the signal you're compressing at all times. Well, not at all times, but when you're in that compression mode, you want to be able to see how much gain reduction you have compared to the threshold knob on certain effects. You know, if you have that parameter or not. You know, like on a really simple compression pedal, you just have the input, and then you have the output, and that input is actually feeding into the overall, how much compression you're going to get. And I think the new Wazacraft CS3 compressor actually has a LED gain reduction meter right on the pedal. So it's really, really cool to have those options available. Joe Miller says it's the squish meter. Yeah, man, you got to have the squish meter on there. So you actually, you don't actually have to know what that is. I mean, a lot of people just use their ears. They can tell when something's being overly compressed or not. But having some kind of meter there to aid in the visual aspect of what you're actually compressing and how much is a pretty cool thing to have. We're on 39% here, folks. Jeez, oh Pete, I didn't think it was going to take this long. Sorry about that. Device versioning. Device versioning has been added to allow users to select the version of a device they want to use. So basically, what this means is they've gone in and updated not all the amps, but a certain handful of amps, and now you can either choose to choose the legacy amplifier version or the newly updated version. So this allows us to non-destructively provide new versions of devices with their performances where their performance has changed or sound has been improved. If an update for a device you are using is available, a green icon will display in the top right corner of its icon on the grid. In addition, the first time you open the parameter for a device with an update available, the contextual menu button will change to a green arrow. You can switch between updated and legacy versions of a device via the contextual menu in the parameter editor. So that's really cool. I mean, Headrush kind of has done this. They've updated their full tone OCD pedal, the Anxiety Overdrive. There's two different versions now. So it's cool to have the original version and the new version. And they will be doing that as well on the Quad Cortex whenever they deem a new update is warranted. So, tap tempo scene change. A scene change button has been added to the tap tempo screen, allowing you to configure the tempo of each scene without having to exit the tap tempo screen. So, if you're the kind of person that needs or just absolutely has to have a separate tempo for like every part of your song, maybe I don't know why you would want that, but I'm just not that kind of player. I'm not that intricate into changing tempos all the time. But if you have to have a separate tempo for each part of your song, then you can do that within the scenes tap tempo screen. You can change that per scene, which is, it's kind of cool. Scene bypass state behavior. It is now possible to control whether the bypass state of blocks and scenes is saved when changing its bypass state in stomp mode, hybrid mode via MIDI or the touchscreen. The settings is accessed via the device options screen. So what this is doing is, if you create a scene, which is basically any combination of on-off states of whatever effects blocks you have in your signal path. If you were to have one of those in stomp mode, for instance, and turn it off, and then you changed to a different scene and then went back, well, you can now have different combinations available or situations available to where that stomp that you actually turned off will stay turned off even though you've reinstantiated the scene, or you can have it turn back on because that's what was in the scene in the first place. Hey, Jordan Job is in the house. He is a Headrush user, currently playing through an amped one power amp and I guess cab of some sort. But but as everybody in the guitar world is always interested in what other units are doing, so Jordan is here to check up on some new info on the Quad Cortex. I'm still gonna go out on a limb and say I personally would not use the Quad Cortex live because I really feel that the switches are way too close together. And I would be afraid that I would, hit the wrong switch or something and the wrong sound come on and just sound like an idiot. But for the size and shape of this thing on a desktop, this thing works beautifully on a desktop because you can just reach your hand over. Let me switch my screen over here. You can reach your hand over. You can grab a knob. You can push on things. It's just I think it just works really well as a desktop unit. I know a lot of people buy the kiosks, um, power supplies, and they put a little pedal board together with maybe like a little expression pedal, and maybe they incorporate it in their bigger pedal board with some other pedals, and they use the Quad Cortex as an amp, and maybe they don't really need to be pushing on the buttons a whole lot, which is perfectly fine. Um, but I would not want to buy a Quad Cortex for $1,800 and then go add on another $2,000 worth of pedals just to have like a big fat pedal board with all these different options on it. I mean, pedal boards these days you can easily spend $3,000 to $4,000 on pedals and power supplies and cables and little switching units, whether that's the Gig Rig G3 or any of the other switching units out there that cost tons and tons of money. So um, buy a used car or buy a $5,000 guitar rig. I don't know, whichever you want to do. But if I'm going to spend some money on the Quad Cortex, then I'm just going to try and use just this unit alone and nothing else. I'm on 49%, by the way. And just try to utilize this to its fullest capacity. I got a little smudge on there. That's just me. So the power supply back here, you have to use a wall wart, which I'm not the biggest fan of at all. And I wish they would have done something like this. Let me go to a different page here. And let's go to Sweetwater. Now I'll show you an example of what a power supply should look like on these units. So here's the new Amped 2 unit here from Blackstar. And look at here. Look what we got. That is the perfect solution for powering a small unit like this. This right here is probably, it might be the same width, maybe a little wider, but it's definitely not as deep. And they were still able to add the power supply on the back there. A good strong IEC cable and not this wall wart kind of crap. That just gets on my nerves. Why don't you just give us a good IEC connection and not a wall wart? Especially for an $1,800 piece of gear. I just prefer, if I'm going to use something live, I want it to be very roadworthy and not have to deal with wall warts at all. At all. If you use scenes for each song, tap tempo, I mean maybe, but you still have to create a preset. And then I guess in hybrid mode, you could have scenes across the top and maybe stomps across the bottom. That's kind of called your kitchen sink type of preset, where you have literally everything in one preset you would really ever need to have for all your tones. And now you just switch between different sounds using the different scenes, which is fine. But Joe says, see, I'm not the only one. I hate wall warts. I just can't do it. Beato had someone on, can't remember his name, but his band is using Quad Cortexes, but are still being controlled via MIDI from a computer. Lots of work. Everything is dialed in ahead of time. Yeah, I mean this would be a good unit to kind of sit behind the stage And if you're one of those bands that are very tight and everything is programmed, then you could easily have MIDI just switch between everything on here and have access to all your sounds. But if you're in a traditional blues or rock or country band and you need to have manual control over your sounds, either at your feet or if you have a big enough budget, you could have a guy backstage switching everything for you as long as he has everything memorized. Um, I think most of us will want to have manual control over all this stuff. So 55%, folks. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. All right, let's talk about IR loaders. So before you could bring in a cab block. You can bring in IRs within that cab block, but now they've given us a separate IR loader. So an IR loader block has been added with an IR loader block added to the grid. You can tap the impulse response section of the block to browse the IRs on your QC. Once an IR is loaded, you can use the parameters on the bottom to modify its sound. 4 different types of IR blocks are available: single, mono, single stereo, double mono, and double stereo. The double IR loader blocks allow you to load 2 IRs and control them independently. You can also add an IR loader block by tapping the IR in the NIR in the directory. This will load single mono block by default. So I have my Dr. McFarland IR pack from Sonic DNA already loaded up into the QC here. So I'm at 57%. We're just trucking right along here, folks. Keep asking your questions, and we will get through this thing together. Um, but I was able to load in my own personal IRs, and there is a link in the description after this live stream is over with, where you can go to the Sonic DNA website and purchase my Doc McFarland IR pack. And those are based on a 2x12 cab with 2 different speakers in it. It's got a vintage 30 and it has a greenback. And we chose 3 different microphones that you can have 2 different combinations of each at any given time. You can have 2 microphones on a vintage 30, or you can have 1 mic on a vintage 30 and another mic on a greenback, or vice versa. And the other thing cool about this IR pack is they're made with a producer in mind. So which means if you're in a studio and you're thinking about moving faders back and forth, right? So here's equal IRs on both. One could be down 50% or down 100%, or you can move them back up and bring the left one down 50% or all the way down to 0%. So you're basically changing the balance of the 2 microphones on that speaker just by which IR file you've chosen. So we've organized them in such a way to where they're very easy to understand. You can balance them pretty quickly just by choosing the right one. My friend Corey Witt, he used the EE file of the pack, which is a greenback with a 57 off axis and a Royer 121 on axis, but the 57 is down 50%. So that means the 121 is primarily the main mic in the mix, but the 57 is just blended in by 50% to give a little bit more bite of the sound. So with this IR loader, what that means is I could either have one impulse response, or I can have a single stereo, or I can have 2 impulse responses, either mono or stereo, and get a cool, like very wide sound from the quad Cortex for recording. So it's going to be kind of neat. So the guitar I'm playing tonight is the Reverend Gil Paris signature model. And I've had this for about almost 2 years now, I think. I got this actually, It's been about 2 years. I got this at the beginning of 2021, and it's now 2023. So it's probably about a month away uh, from having it for a full 2 years. But it's a great guitar. It's got Fishman Fluence pickups in it. I was talking about some new devices. So this is the the JP2C, which is what Aaron was talking about. This is the channel 1, 2, and 3 of that amp. And 893 new neural captures have been added for the following devices. Aguilar, like 2 different bass amps, a tone hammer, captures of John's JP2C amplifier, diesel, all 4 channels, a Fender Hot Rod Deluxe, which that's a great classic amp. If you're big into Coldplay, that's pretty much all they use on stage is the Hot Rod Deluxe and DeVille amps. And I read one time that they like those amps because you can pretty much go to any store in the world and they have them in stock. So if the amp goes down for any reason, you just go buy another one for, $600 and you're good to go. So that gives you channels A and B for that. Aaron Marshall was the guest on Beato, by the way. Aaron Marshall. That name sounds familiar, but I don't remember. I can't remember who he was. We got Marshall JCM 800s, Jubilees, Mezzo-Boogie Tremo Verbs, the Bogner Ecstasy 1, 2, and 3 channels, which I love that amp. The Metaltronics. If you've seen one of the recent Tone Junkie videos, he did a capture, or he profiled a Metaltronics and a Bluestronics head, which were back in the 90s, I think, late 80s, early 90s. We have a Hiwatt, another Bogner Ecstasy power amp, all kinds of stuff in here. I mean, you could spend hours and hours just playing around with all these things. Overdrive is a Thunderpaw, which is a Mr. Black Thunderclaw. So you can capture overdrives with the Quad Cortex. Updated devices. So this is something that you'll see that you're either going to have an option for the updated device or the legacy device. So they updated the diesel VH4 channels, the Sodano SLO 100 normal and bright and lead channels, and also the EVH 5153 EL34s. They've also updated the green 808, which is the Ibanez TS808. The MX Vibe is now the new Vibes, is now a legacy version of this device. So it was called the new Vibes. Now they've made it the MX Vibe. And we now have a Bad Horsey, or a Bad Horse, which is the Morley Bad Horsey. So that's kind of cool. The directory here, it'd be kind of boring to read all this, but I just have to go through it to see what it's actually doing. Like with captures, presets can be sorted. Banks is now a sort option. So if you sort by anything else, your presets will display a list rather than in banks. Okay, that's cool. I know there is a new search feature. So you can just type in like the beginning characters of whatever capture or amp you're looking for, and it'll just bring that up. Capture types. So when you get done with the capture, you can now put in a lot more information other than just the name of the capture and maybe your tag. You can put in all kinds of other information, which is good. You can have a preferred instrument, which is you can now specify a preferred instrument for your preset or neural capture. This metadata can be used when searching, sorting on Quad Cortex and on Quad Cloud Mobile. Captures can be filtered by the range of captures device. Capture gain. Gain is a metadata automatically calculated by Quad Cortex when creating a neural capture. Quad Cortex analyzes the sound produced by the neural capture and determines how saturated it is, giving it a ranking of 1 to 10. So if you want some clean sounds, you can just search now for the type of gain structure that each capture has. So it's very similar to the Kemper, as in when you go search for new Kemper rigs, you can sort them by gain, whether that's low gain, like totally clean, to low gain, to medium gain, to high gain type stuff. Here's the search feature I was telling you about. Search hasn't been completely overhauled. Search now spans the entire screen. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. So Jordan was using the Amped 1. Now he ordered the Amped 2. Honestly, for 650 bucks, this is a great little unit. It's very easy. It has speaker outputs. You can connect directly to a cab. You can control it via MIDI with the mini MIDI jacks. You can also go direct to front of house via the XLR out or the line out. You can plug it in via USB to update it. And you have your in and out right there, also with a send and return level for your effects loop. So lots of good options there. It's just a cool little unit. Um, I have a very old Carl Martin Quattro, which is basically a very similar unit to the Black Star, but the only difference is it doesn't have an amp built in. And the Black Star is essentially a 100-watt amplifier, but it also has effects. So if you don't need tons of effects, you just want to turn on some drive, maybe turn on some tremolo or chorus or flange. You want to kick in some delay and maybe have it always on reverb. Then the Amped 1 or the Amped 2 would be a great solution for guys that don't want to spend $1,800 on a Quad Cortex, but they do have enough money for a uh, $650 piece of gear that is essentially an amp with a real speaker output, but also has the line outs, and you can change the power amp setting. You can change the preamp setting from USA to UK to classic. Here's the drive options from boost, drive, and fuzz. The modulation is chorus, flange, tremolo, or phase. Let's see. The delay is linear, analog, or shimmer. And the reverb is room, spring, or plate. So I'd be very curious to know if you can somehow switch this into like preset mode to where like maybe the drive knob is now like preset 1 and that turns on a certain number of effects. The mod turns on preset 2, delay turns on preset 3, and then reverb turns on preset 4 or something. I'm not sure, but with very limited effects, you can't really have tons of presets, but maybe you can switch between like USA to classic, or you can change your power amp response from ELA 4s to 606s or something. I'm not really sure. Jordan Job says, yeah, this is the perfect for what I do as a rhythm player. Bye bye head rush. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. May keep it for recording, but live, this is perfect. Yeah, if you don't need tons and tons of switching options, I mean, the Kempers and Quad Cortexes and the Helixes and the Fractals and even the head rushes of the world, they may be overkill for what you actually need. If you want to load up with just a cab and this Amped 2 device, that is perfectly fine, and that has some great built-in effects for anything. You can have a good clean sound, kick in the drive section, for like a good tube screamer, maybe just a good distortion type sound. Uh, I love having my tremolo personally, so I would keep it on the tremolo setting for the modulation. It does have a tap tempo for the delay, which if you hold down the tap, uh, excuse me, I had fajitas for dinner tonight, so they're very good. If you hold down the tap button, you can change the subdivision with the time knob. I think I watched a video earlier about that, and we're at 80% here, folks. So we're very close to checking out some of the new stuff in Quad Cortex. Um, and then just having a good always on reverb. I mean, this is great for the minimalist at heart and minimalist at practice. So, but yeah, look at that. That mains input, bam, that's great. Jordan, I might just order a Black Star Amp 2 just to say I have one because this is a great little unit for jam sessions, basic recording stuff where you just need, a good clean sound or good, core amp sound, and then bring in a little bit of dirt, modulation, delay, reverb, whatever you want. 650 bucks. Yeah, that's really cool. The only problem right now is I don't have a separate cab. I'd have to get a like a small little $200, $300 cab or something. So this was for me. This would still cost. Um, well, for my situation, I don't really need a cab because I mainly just play here in the studio through my studio monitors, or when I'm playing at church, I'm using headphones or in ears because we just have a silent stage at church. So I still technically wouldn't need a cab for this, but if I wanted to rock out, I think it'd be more fun to have a cab personally. Let's see what Joe Miller is saying here. I think you have to use the computer app for that. Not sure. Thinking along the same lines. Yeah, if you're just a really simple player, you don't need to spend $1,500 to $2,000 on a quad cortex or a Kemper or a fractal or whatever. Yeah, you can just use the FRFR. I actually have the FR 108. It's a great little speaker, and have to do what switching? Does the Amp 2 have an app? It might have an amp or an app. I know. I need to look a little bit more. Has a built-in tuner. Foot switchable pedal style effects. I'm not seeing anywhere where you can actually store presets, but I'll definitely check out the I will check out the Andertons video very soon. They always do a good job of going over every single option and all that stuff. So total power 100 watts, reverb yes, effects, 3-band EQ, power tube emulation. Okay, there you go. If you're going to order anything through Sweetwater and you want to support the channel, be sure to click on my links in any of my videos. There's affiliate links in the descriptions of my videos, and that just helps to go support the channel. So if you want to order a Quad Cortex or order this new Amp 2 from Blackstar, and you want to help support the channel, use my affiliate link first, and that will greatly I will greatly appreciate that. And um, anything you buy will help support me. So we're on 88%, folks. We're getting there. I don't know what key I'm in. D minor to B. That makes no sense. Here's E. All right, let's talk about. I teach lessons on Thursdays. I have a drum student and a few guitar students. And something really funny. One of my guitar students texted me the other day because he's playing in a worship band at church, and he's just he's getting used to playing in a group environment. And he said, "Hey, if I'm playing in the key of G, what's the best capo position to play B minor with?" And I'm thinking G is already an easy key to play in. And if you're not comfortable with playing bar chords yet, then you just need to sit down and learn to play bar chords. There's really no other way around it. So if you're playing G, here's my G chord here. I think I'm out of tune again. Maybe not. You need to go from, let me tune. Well, I'm not going to tune right now. We're on 90%. So tuning, playing G. You set a timer for 5 minutes and then play G for a bar, then play B minor for a bar, and practice going back and forth between those two chords for 5 minutes straight. And hopefully at the end of those 5 minutes, you'll be a lot better at those two chords than you were before, right? And you also want to make sure that you plant all your fingers. Let me get to where you can see me. Plant all your fingers at the same time. You can play G like this and have your first finger free. You can play G like this, which is more like a power chord kind of thing. Flat. I fixed it. So G, B minor. Notice how I'm planting all my fingers at the same time? So plant all your fingers at the same time. G and B minor. It's like you're forming the shape of the chord in midair and then you're planting it all together. Okay? And then slowly form the shape midair, then plant. Just do this 5 minutes, preferably at 60 beats per minute. So it gives you one beat per second. So you're strumming G, nice and slow, B minor. Joe, thanks for chiming in. It is getting about 11 o'clock on the East Coast. So we've been going for about an hour here. Someone give me a thumbs down. Who gave me a thumbs down? I guess they wanted me to be, talk about the cool quad Cortex stuff like immediately, which is literally taking an hour to load this update. I love this guitar though. Black on black body and pick guard, a Palfaro fingerboard, which has a nice look to it. Fishman Fluence pickups in this guitar as well, and so that's how you practice guitar chords. is just pick two chords that you're not that great at and just work on going between the two chords. All right, so the update is ready. Before installing, I have not backed anything up. I don't think. Maybe I have. I think that's what I did on the other screen. So here, let me show you here what I'm doing. Uh-oh. Not sure what happened. My camera's moving. The camera's moving. All right, so it's saying during the update, the touchscreen and foot switches will temporarily be disabled. Audio will be unavailable. Do not remove the power cable or shut down the quad. All right, so I'm going to update. And this is going fairly fast. It's at 28%. So your mileage may vary upon the speed at which this actually updates. Like I said, I am currently live streaming and I'm in a separate building than my main Wi-Fi in the house. So I'm using a Google Mesh setup for my live stream. And I can check my speed here. Speed test. Run speed test. So it's looking. So upload is 37.5 millisecond or megabytes per second. Sorry, that was actually download. And upload speed is 19.2. So, not too bad. But it could be a little bit better, I'm sure. I'm sure Aaron Short is having fun with his quad Cortex right now. And let's see. Yeah. So it's working on it, 35%. So I'm sure the uploading the update is probably a lot slower than actually updating the unit, because surely it wouldn't take that long to do. But if you're in a situation where you got really fast internet, then I'm sure. I mean, Aaron Short updated his in just a matter of minutes. It looked like mine took an hour. So, but I am live streaming at the same time and doing whatever. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So I have a Canon M50 overhead in manual focus, which means my hand will not make the background go out of focus at all. Aaron Short says some good stuff in there. It's not done yet. So I'm at 64%. The update is in progress. So the whole 50 minutes beforehand was just the unit trying to download the update in order for it to actually update. So it's not done yet. Sorry, Aaron. See, and my audio is out right now too. %. The touchscreen and foot switches will be temporarily disabled. Audio will be available. I actually downloaded the beta version of a Headrush build earlier, and it just uploaded in a matter of seconds. It was really super fast. But like I said, I don't know how big this update actually is. It could be a few gigs worth. So just not sure. Aaron, what do you think about the John Petrucci? I didn't I didn't think you had the John Petrucci Mezza Boogie. Tell me what other Mezza Boogies you have. Or you can come on live with me. We can just chat it up. But it is close to 11 o'clock your time, Aaron. So you may not want to do that. Let's look at some other things here. Cloud backups is now possible to create up to 5 cloud backups. You are also able to edit, update, or delete each backup. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I will, know soon, I'm sure. Mute and bypass is now possible to change the functionality of the bypass parameter to mute in a device's parameter editor or the contextual menu. A muted device is indicated by a red line in the device's icon on the grid. It's kind of cool. Capture inputs. The inputs used to make a neural capture have changed from return 1 and input 1 to input 1 and 2. When making a neural capture, you can connect your guitar to input 1 and the target device to input 2. So what that means now is when I did my capture last Friday of my Supro amp, before you had to plug your guitar into the return 1 of the unit, and then I plugged a microphone into input 1 right here. And when you're done with the capture process, in order to actually hear through studio monitors, I had to unplug the microphone, take out the guitar cable from return 1 and plug it into where the microphone was plugged into. And now you don't have to do that. Input 1 is now your guitar input, and input 2 is now your actual microphone input. So you don't have to have separate adapters for to change the XLR cable down to a TRS cable and all the different stuff. You can just use input 1 for your guitar, input 2 for the microphone, and then the capture out is still going to the input of your amp or whatever device that you're capturing. But that does make it a lot more flexible. So when you're done with the capture, you can actually just keep everything plugged in exactly how it is. You can monitor through your either studio monitors or an FR speaker or whatever you have to listen through or monitor with, and not have to do a lot of crazy things with the cables. So Aaron has the 525 combo and a JP2C head. See, I didn't know you had the JP2C head. You didn't tell me you got that, so that's kind of cool. And Aaron's like, I'm gonna sell it all, man. Sell it all. I just hope it will be okay to gig with a PA speaker. I do not see why not, Aaron. Lots of people gig with the FR speaker or even a PA speaker, and a quad Cortex through all that would be fine. So, all right, we are now done with the update process. I'm going to click on reboot. It's going to turn off the quad Cortex, which there is a weird sound if you have XLR cables plugged in. I can't confirm that, Aaron. I noticed that the other day. It just means you need to leave your unit on if you have XLR cables hooked up. And I am a metal fan at heart. I don't play like super metal riffage all that great because I'm just not a metal player. But I do appreciate and listen to metal all the time. So I will check out the JP2C amplifier head here. And I think all the amps on the Quad Cortex sound great. Really, they all sound really good. All factory presets have been updated to incorporate new metadata and to use the new versions of updated devices. Furthermore, any presets utilizing the utility gate block have been updated to use the input gate instead. That's good. A looper has also been added to presets that showcase amplifier models, and all wall and volume pedals have been mapped to expression 1 and 2 where appropriate. That is very convenient. I don't really get why you would want to use a separate gate, a block, when you have an excellent gate right there on the input section. So Aaron's saying if you don't use an XLR cable, just using TRS out of the 1/4 inch outs is perfectly fine. But these are not combo jacks on the back; they're just straight XLRs. So either you have an XLR output or you have a TRS output on the back. And the cable I'm using here is actually a XLR to TRS cable going into inputs 1 and 2 on the Apollo X4. He says, Aaron Schwartz says, so much better than the Helix. That thing just sucks. QC sounds great out of the box. It really does. I think a lot of guys struggle with the headrush as well. Sorry to say, because it just, to them, it doesn't sound great out of the box. And it's finalizing the 2.0 installation. Please wait. I've been waiting for an hour, Quad Cortex. So, and when you buy something, I mean, you kind of do want it to just sound good out of the box with not a lot of tweaking. And I think the Fractal, the Kemper, and the Quad Cortex so far have all just sounded great out of the box. So, all right, so this is all presets that I've made. Actually, no. It has blown over my presets, which is perfectly fine. I didn't need those anyway. Actually, let's go here. We'll go to my presets. And here's a Doc Shaw. All right, we're going to go create new. And let's check out a amp. We'll look for the JP2C. JP2C. Here's the Lone Star stuff. All right, so here's John's channel 1. We need to add in a cab. Actually, I'm going to add in. Here's the IR loader. We'll do a single mono and click on that to choose an IR file. And very good. So when I first uploaded my Doc McFarland IRs, none of them were in the correct order. They were just all over the place, and it was kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, Aaron's saying the captures sound amazing, but it's nice having the extra controls of the amp model. I agree. So we're gonna scroll using my finger here, and we're gonna go to Corey, my friend Corey's favorite IR, which is the EE, and this is a Doc Greenback 57 down 50%. and a vintage 30 with a Royer 121 up 100%. So this is the sound of my IR that you can get in the description of this video. This is a clean. This is a clean sound here. Okay, not bad. Let's check out some reverb. And we have no new reverbs in here, which is fine. Let's make sure tails are on, and they are. We'll change the mix here. There we go. All right, so after an hour and a half of streaming, we are finally playing with the new sounds of the Quad Cortex. All right, so that's the clean sounds, or channel 1. If we touch on the block and use this switch here and just turn it, that changes it to channel 2. I will also hold on the input and make sure that our noise reduction is turned on. All right, very cool. That sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. All right, let's go on to channel 3 here. See what that does. All right, so channel 2 so far is a little brighter. Channel 3 is a little darker. We do have all the push-pull options here for shred, presence pull. Okay, let's go back to our IR, and I'll show you what some different options here sounds like. So here's the vintage 30 kind of stuff with a 421 and a Royer 121 on axis. Okay, what is these arrows doing? Okay, so the arrows are just going through the different options. You can also use the scroll wheel here for that. Here's a greenback, 421 and a 121, 100%. A greenback is always going to have more honk to the sound. Here's a vintage 30 with 57 and a 121, 100%. And here's the greenback 57, 100% both. Anyway, you can mess with all that. Let's see. We need to go down to modes configuration. And let me zoom in a little bit here. Zoom in on the screen. Kind of see that a little bit. Whoa. Yeah. It's not going to work. Zoom back out. There we go. Then we'll virtually zoom in here. Something like that. All right, cool. So this allows you to basically say, I want my scenes and my stomp stacked on top of each other. You can see the green is across the top, and the stomp is across the bottom in purple. So the scene is yellow and the bottom is purple. Ecamm live, yay. So cool. We can't do this with presets. Let's see. If I want to... So you can drag it to the trash can to get rid of a certain hybrid mode. But let's do what I did before. Let's say I want scenes. Actually, I want... Let's do this. So presets are across the top, and then scenes are across the bottom, which is fine. Oh, cool. You can just tap on it, and it'll swap them. So scenes are now across the top, and presets are across the bottom. All right. This is fine. Let's just see what happens. So we're in hybrid mode. And I want to be able to see... I need to get back down to my other... Well, I actually have to do this. Let's go to... let's go to... I know what I need to do. I need to click on that and go to factory presets. There we go. So right now, none of these have scenes selected. So what I'll probably end up doing is this. I will actually make this to where my presets are across the top. And my stomps are across the bottom. Like so. So I should be in hybrid mode right now. And there's my different scenes. My different presets. And there's certain blocks across the bottom. This is a stomp mode. I'll make this on stomp A. So I can turn that on. Now, right now, there's delay and reverb. So let's save this. But the problem is, if I change to a different preset, it's going to cut off all that delay and reverb. So it's not going to spill over, which I kind of prefer. And the Kemper does that really, really great. The Head Rush does it the second best. Fractal units, you kind of have to work around a few different things in order to get some really smooth spillover. Helix has some decent spillover between snapshots and certain scenarios or presets if you set it up correctly. But yeah, the Kemper and the Head Rush have the best spillover options. And you can have spillover on the Quad Cortex, but it has to be between scenes and not presets. So it's just kind of how it is. Kemper spills over between rigs. So you can't call them presets on a Kemper because they call them rigs technically. And yes, you have true spillover across all rigs within that performance, or even between different performances. So that's what's great about the Kemper and about the Head Rush. They both have gapless switching between rigs. Yeah, and this is Aaron's saying just use scenes, and that's perfectly fine. But in this scenario, if you got presets across the top, and then you got stomps across the bottom, or scenes across the bottom, whichever. I mean, I'm not really prepared in this live stream to have scenes set up because it'd take me a second to get some set up per preset. But it would be great to go from preset to preset and have everything spill over, and then also go between different scenes across the bottom and have those spill over as well. That's just the way it is. So here's a Diesel channel 3. I'm not sure why my button was blinking there. All right, I think hybrid mode is going to stay the same across all things, maybe. All right, so I have presets under dock presets. So, and if I scroll, you can see now it just keeps moving between all the different options here, which is great. Before you had to choose a different bank and you were stuck within those 8 presets for that bank, but now you just keep scrolling through all the different banks. And you can also go to search and say, I want to find a Fender something. I don't have any Fenders. Here's a Swiss knife in factory presets. Maybe. AC30. I have a green dot here in this block, which means the green 808 has been updated. But we can click on this and we can now say, I want to model update available. So now I'm using the updated model. So it would be cool to do a video just shooting out like the legacy version versus the new version. It'd be kind of neat. All right, let's go in and find a, let's make a new one here. Let's try out some of these captures. There's a lot. So here's all the factory captures, all 800 and whatever of them. Let's see. We can search by gain, which is kind of neat. Here's all the Aggie hammers, amped VSTs. All right, that's a lot. Filter by amp. Here's a Bogner Ecstasy. It's got to be filtered with some kind of cab. Yeah, it's kind of too many captures. So my main problem with capture and profile units is they kind of go crazy and give you a clean, slightly clean, dirty, slightly dirty, lead, totally over. They give you like 8 different captures of the same amp. It's just, to me, is way too many. I'd rather have a clean, an overdrive, and a lead sound per amp or per channel. Just give me 3 options. Don't give me like 6 to 8 options. It's just way too many, in my opinion. Go through some of these channels here. Listen, they're all gainy. Yeah, I just can't do it. I can't do all those different options there. Let's go back to amp and let's find some updated things here. So the EVH, I think, is updated or something. Let's see. I do like the EVH amps. Yeah, the problem with the live stream right now, Aaron, is I don't want to spend time trying to find the capture that I like. I just want to go into a model and kind of tweak it a little bit and then go from there. So sounds pretty good. Let's add in reverb. Let's do a plate. Turn down the mix a little bit. So mix a lot. And I'm using this knob here to change between different So these SLOs should be updated. So here's the lead. So the Gil Paris has the Fishman Fluence pickups, which are noiseless, and it's great for the high gain stuff. Okay, let's go to a different amp. US Prince. So thinking about all these tones in categories makes a lot of sense because there's so many different captures and amps to choose from. As long as you find a clean that you like, a crunch that you like, and a lead that you like, I really don't think it matters what you call it. I mean, we're calling this a US Prince, but we could just say this is the QC clean, and it work just fine. I agree, Aaron. It does sound really good. It does sound very nice. Let's check out this compression stuff because now we have compression that should give us some gain reduction, I think. One of these is supposed to give us gain reduction. Okay, so the legendary 87. Let's see if I can tweak the focus there a little bit. You see right here on the screen, there's my gain reduction meter. So the higher I have the input, the more I'm going to have yes, I'm a great guitar player. Legendary 87. So this gives us 4, 8, 12, 20, and all. So it's kind of like 1176. Just squashed a little too much. But now a trick that you can do is you can have the mix knob. So you can really spank the signal and then turn down the mix. Maybe turn the ratio back down. And just blend in a little bit of that distorted signal. Or not distorted, the compressed signal. So it sounds a little bit more natural. Which it is nice to have that visual. Let's check out a few other. So the opto compressor. I've had many different opto compressors over the years in the pedal format, and they do tend to be a little bit more transparent. So think of it like the LA2A rack compressor from Universal Audio is a good option for an opto compressor. We can also bring up the Tactum. So if you want something that gives some smoothness to the signal. Without like really overly compressing everything. Anything opto is a great option for that. This cab happens to be, sorry, that's a plate. This is the 2x12 CA Recto Legend 412. All kinds of different options there. I can do with a V3098. Go back. Yeah, I think it sounds good overall. Sounds good overall. All right. Let's see what else they said they added here. Fixed an issue where slapback delay would change after saving and reloading. Bunch of bug fixes and stuff. I think it's raining outside. Or it could just be the air that's on. Modulation. They added the MXR Univibes. Let's check out some modulation stuff here. Whoops. Modulation. So the MX Vibe. And vibe is something, vibe, phase, and flange is something I like before the amp, but chorus, tremolo, stuff like that I like after the amplifier. So we can turn the mix of this down a little bit. Turn the vibe on. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds fine to me. Let's look at some other things here. So the SLO 100 normal bright and lead channels have been updated. The diesel amps have, and also the EVH blue. Let's check out the Thunderpaw overdrive here. Thunderpaw overdrive. So we go to, not that one. Overdrive, guitar. And we have the Thunderpaw. I don't know what to expect from this. So not too bad. We got output distortion, bass and treble. Turn down the bass and the distortion a little bit. turn the mix of this back up. Been going for almost 2 hours now. I will definitely be putting some timestamps in the description or the first comment of this video. So for anybody watching that wants to skip over the whole first hour of me just talking nonsense and waiting for this thing to update because my Wi-Fi was so slow, you can definitely do that. If you want to watch the second hour where I actually start playing things and all that fun stuff, that will be there as well. So ooh, I feel like Jimi Hendrix right now for some odd reason. Let's see. Game Trader Magma. I don't know what that is. I do want to check out this capture here. So we're going to add in a capture. We're just going to have to scroll. I'm looking for the Metaltronics. Actually, let's filter. There needs to be a search thing. Where can I search? Tell me, Aaron, where can I search? Surely you don't have to just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. Device type? Yeah, they're all amps. I got that. Let's see. Take off that. Sort by name. All right, so here's alphabetical order over on this side. So you can go to crap. The OMG. Which was the OMG? I don't know what that is. I'm just trying to find the Metaltronics stuff. All right, let's go backwards. So the MX. Okay, here's a Metal X. So let's see what this one does. Jeez, oh Pete. Need this cab on the other side. And that's the sound of a capture without a cabinet in there, which is not what you want. The Tone King Imperial. Let's go check that one out. That one sounds promising. No Match Chief, which is a matchless. Let's turn off my drive pedal. The OMG. Paul's MT16, which is the Paul Reed Smith. All right, we got to get to the T's here. Pierce, Billy Lowe, Billy Pierce. Yeah, that was actually an overdrive pedal. Range 8200. Yeah, this just takes forever to get through stuff. T-Bird. That's an overdrive. All right, the Tune Royal. Here's the Tone King Imperial. Doesn't sound right. These are clearly overdriven. Version 4. So maybe the dirty is the one and the cleaner is, the higher the number. No, that's back to dirty. It's clean, dirty, dirty, clean. See, that sounds good, but I'm not sure. I'm not convinced it sounds any better than the Princeton Reverb or any other clean amp. So that's an Imperial Capture with the Thunderpaw distortion. I'll turn up the overdrive a little bit. Yay, fun times. Aaron, what do you think? I think it sounds good. So you can see I have my stomps across the bottom here, and then my presets are across the top. So I can save this. Okay, so name your preset. We have a nice big screen here. So we're going to call this Doc Imperial. And then what's next? All right, so now we can say preferred instrument is going to be guitar. And go back and hit the green arrow, hit save, and now we're saved. So I guess with the preferred instrument, you can say if you're setting up a preset for your synth or your bass or stage piano or whatever that is, you can just you can search for presets based on a preferred instrument. So that's why they added that functionality there. I mean, that overdrive is pretty good. Um, I still really like the I still really like all right, stop it. Dock presets. Here is see where's some stuff here. All right, actually, let me do this. I'm going to bring in my neural capture that I actually made the other day. So the DK is the Delta King 12 amp that I made. Not made, but that I captured. And here's the clean sound of that. And maybe I need to have a cab in there, but I don't think I do. Let's just choose that one. Turn up the volume a little bit. Okay, so that's the sound of my tube amp. Not too bad, right? I can use this. We can go to the boost. I think they're a little low in gain. And here's the drive pedal on. So there's a little switch on the Delta King that is basically an overdrive circuit from Pigtronics. So you have your clean sound, and then you can flip that switch and turn on the dirty sound. Which you can. The dirty is a lot louder than the clean channel. The clean channel. So capturing these multiple settings of the amp makes it a lot easier to get the kind of gain sound or get the all the different sounds I want. Let me bypass this. So when you capture an amp, you're essentially capturing the full amp, so you don't necessarily need a separate IR or cab in the signal path because the one capture just gives you the full sound. So I think that sounds good. We'll add in some reverb here. Let's do a room. And we'll add in the new, let's do a Legendary 87 compressor. I think I'm out of tune, but that's fine. And we'll add in the overdrive. We'll do the 808. Turn the drive all the way down. How's it going, David? I am sitting here kind of combing through some of the features. So if you have any questions, be sure to let me know and let me know what you think. It took an hour. It took an hour to update the Quad Cortex, but I didn't quite know exactly how long it would take. I figured it wouldn't take an hour. I figured it'd take like 10 minutes or so, but it definitely didn't. So the whole first hour of the stream was just me sitting here talking and reading over the document that we got in the email today, going over all the new features like hybrid mode and all the new captures and all the stuff. And then the second hour and a half, which is what we've been doing now, our second hour has just been playing. So. All right, so all that sounds well and good. Back to my clean sound. Kind of gained up a little bit, turned up the volume. And honestly, I think my capture of my amp sounds just as good as any capture in this new update. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb there. So. I do like the obsessive drive. Sounds really good. David was at rehearsal tonight. So I thought, so I'm just looking at it. I thought my starred presets and captures that I didn't download before would end up my download folder. They're not there. Yeah. So they changed that and they sent out a warning last Friday saying that anything that you've starred on the app, you need to go ahead and download before this, before this update was released, because all that will go away. And now there's a newly updated app, which I will update here after the stream. And you can now just go in and directly download everything from the app, and it'll show up in your unit. And there's no more starring option anymore. So if you didn't see that warning, then I'm sorry. But it's pretty much all over the Facebook group, and many people talked about it on the YouTube, on their YouTube channel. So, but that's how that goes. And he says, David says, I hit the check mark for 2 presets in the new app, and they showed up in my download folder in my car pretty quickly. Yep. So this is how that works. Dan clarified that you didn't have to download them all, and said they should show up in your download folder. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm still fairly new to the Quad Cortex, so all those fine details of starring and downloading and whatever else, I haven't got into all that. But if you're a guy that's using the Quad Cortex day in and day out, I'm sure you're well aware of the ramifications of all this new stuff, because you just probably stayed up with it way more than I did. But I think it's a cool unit. I'm a headrush guy, but when I saw the Quad Cortex had a touch screen like the headrush, that was intriguing. And I'm pretty much using the QC as a desktop unit here in the studio, and I'm not playing out with it live because of the wall wart, and I just don't want to mess with that. Trying to play on stage, and I really play live anyway. I just mainly play at church, and I play here in the studio, and that's it. So the Quad Cortex will stay permanently on my desk and not really be moved at all, because it's just going to be here for tracking, playing, teaching, stuff like that. So I saw a few others online having the same issue. Yeah. I didn't have anything starred in the first place, so that's all fine with me. And like I said, I mean this is the capture of my personal amp. It's the Delta King 12 by Supro, and sounds fine to me. Sounds like a clean amp. I can go in and maybe raise the treble a little bit. Maybe bring down the mids. Put on the neck pickup. And make sure my computer doesn't turn off. Okay. David, are you using the Quad Cortex full time? I assume you use it to play live and in the studio as well. I'm just a studio guy, so I don't need it live because I don't play live. I just play at church once a week, but I have other units. I usually take my Kemper to play at church because it's just set up how I like it to get all the different sounds I need. But I do like the Quad Cortex. It's a fine unit. I feel like dock presets. Let's see what I have. I thought I had saved some presets from Friday, but I did not. I just didn't do it. Let's go look at some other amp models here. It says the updated devices is the Blue EL34. Blue EL34. Where's my... So here's the IR loader. I can choose my IR from my Doc McFarland IR pack. And we'll do this one for fun. Actually, we'll do that one. Maybe turn down. So with these impulse response, we have the option for a level, a high pass, a low pass. Which for the high pass, I like to have around 100 or so. Low pass can be maybe like 5 to 6K. I can pan these, so this now you should only hear it in the left ear, which is cool. Here it is in the right ear. And here it is back in the middle. We can delay them as well. And we can invert the phase or the polarity. Go to page 2. We got the room mix. So room mix is really cool. So usually with headphones or in-ear monitors, everything sounds so direct that it's nice to have a little bit of room sound going on. So let's turn this all the way up and see what we got. Okay, so it just does exactly what it says it does. And we can high pass. I think it is raining outside. We can low pass it. I'll make the room a little bit less here. And make the size large. Okay. That does not take the place of actual reverb in the unit, but let's do a plate lash. Okay, that sounds good. See what the other amps we have. The Sodano, whatever you call it. Here's John's JP2C amp again. Also, let me know what your favorite amp models are in the Quad Cortex. And also, if you were to be so bold as to only pick one amp and or multiple channels from that one amp just to play with all the time. Like, for instance, channel 1 for this John's amp here could just be my clean tone. And to me, that sounds really good. And I could totally get away with just having that as my clean tone. Okay, with this, I might go as far and put a, let's do some kind of, let's do like a vintage chorus. And maybe turn the mix up a little bit. Turn the width all the way up. We are listening the stereo here. Once again, I'm going through a new audio system. I'm playing through a quad Universal Audio X4 on the desk and the X8 in the rack. So I have plenty of input channels to record a full band and use the Unison preamp technology, which my guitar is technically going through an API Vision channel strip. I can show you that real fast. Maybe. Yeah, here we are. So here's my API channel strip. And you can see that I'm if I want to compress it, I can. I can turn this on and compress it. Maybe. There we go. Turn up the mic pre-gain. Maybe turn up the ratio. Yeah, now the compression's on. So not only can I shape the sound during, through whatever I'm playing through, which might be a quad cortex or a headrush or a fractal or whatever I got, I can also shape the sound even further from the high and low pass filters. Here, let's turn the low pass filter down to like 7K. I turn on first. Right, so here's the low pass filters, bring it back up to around 5. Here it is all the way up. So it's just another way I can further shape the sound even more. Make it really dark. I want to bring up the input even more. And turn back up the threshold so I'm not compressing it any more than I have to. And so it's really just going to compress when I dig in even more. I do have a oxide tape running on here. Which is smoothing out the transients just ever so slightly. A little bit of tube EQ, not a whole lot going on there. And Universal Audio 1176 for a little bit of compression. Here's with it with the compression off. And here's with it back on. So lots and lots of ways to shape the sound, either directly on the Quad Cortex or through plugins on the UAD console, Unison, Mic Pre, and all that stuff. So you're also hearing my voice being compressed and kind of shaped a little bit. Check, check, check. Turn the threshold all the way up, maybe. Check, check. See, you got some red lights there showing the compression. I don't want to mess with it too much because it's already sounding pretty good. So yeah, that's going to be my setup going forward. Got the Apollo ecosystem going on. A little Quad Cortex on the desk, which really sounds great. Now, stuff like spillover and stuff like that doesn't really concern me here in the studio because when I'm recording, I can just switch whatever I want and not have to worry about all the sounds spilling over because I can just put stuff on different tracks as I'm recording. But spillover does concern me when I play live because I want things to transition smoothly from like a clean sound to a lead sound and maybe back and have that delay on the lead spill over to the clean sound. So So how does that sound to you guys? I mean, it sounds fine in my headphones, and I'll definitely be checking back after the stream. But let's call this doc JP2 CL for clean. So preferred instrument. Let me go back to my other view here so you can see what I'm doing. a little bit. So preferred instrument is going to be guitar, and then press the file thing on top, and it's going to save. It's going to save it. So I think this update has been a huge overhaul for Quad Cortex, and that's why you don't see a lot of new reverbs and delays, because they've been working so hard to getting all this other structural type stuff in place. But I'm pretty sure in the next update you're going to see some more delays, more reverbs, maybe some more overdrives type stuff. Some more. I definitely want to see an auto swell option. I think in the original release they had an auto swell block, or you can see an auto swell in one of the utility blocks, but they took it out for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Let's do an analog delay. And I think that sounds good. Let me check real fast in this utility block. So we got adaptive gate, we have gain, simple gate, and utility gate. There's my looper. Here's my effects loop. Here's my wah wah, which I need to get a expression pedal so I can use the bad horsey, which I really like. And they need to have some kind of auto wall type setting. That would be cool. Let's go to my output here. Let's see. How do I do this? Settings, device options. Here's my global bypass thing. So I can bypass the IR on any row. And global bypass, let's see. See what happens here. So when I turn on the row 1, that bypassed it on that row. I'm going to have to figure out a little bit more how to actually do that. Volume knob assignment. Right now I'm going out of 1 and 2 into the interface. If I turn that off, now it's a lot louder because I'm sending the full signal out to front of or out to the interface. So I'll turn that back on, but that's just that's how you do that. And scene bypass state behavior, always overwrite bypass state by default. Or do not overwrite bypass state when changing bypass state via foot switches in stomp mode. Or do not overwrite bypass state when changing bypass state by any method. So I will probably choose that one, which means if I have a scene set up and I have stomps across the top, for instance, if I turned off stomp B, then I went to a different scene, then went back, then that stomp would turn back on because maybe it was on for that scene. So that's kind of how scenes are set up there. And I was trying to figure out how to do the global setting thing. There it is. Okay, here's the global settings up top. I found it. So now we can do something like this. We can do a high pass filter. We can change the frequency. All right, so it's assigned to output 1 and 2 right now. You can hear how thin it sounds. Usually 100 is fine with me. And so there's my a low pass frequency, a low pass filter. Maybe you want to click on 3 and maybe raise it up pretty high and sweep it around. You can cut it. You can change the cue. Something like that. You can choose to bypass it. Maybe not. Stuff like that. So. I could put a compressor at the end. And let me show you what that would look like here. So let's do a stereo at the very end of the chain. Turn up the threshold. So you can really dive in there and control how much gain reduction you have. And you can see the gain reduction meter right there. And we're actually clipping the output. So the output level here, we have a little line around I think it's about the -6 mark or so. Maybe the -4 mark. So you definitely don't want to go above that. So let's go to our compressor and let's turn down the makeup a little bit. But we also don't want to totally compress everything. So let's do like a parallel compression thing where we're kind of doing like 85%. We got a few more people watching right now, so if you want to chime in and let me know your name, where you're from, and if you have a quad Cortex, I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer, answering questions and playing through some tones here. So right now I'm experimenting with compression Let's see if we can add one before and after. Let's do a solid state mono. We got the gain reduction down there. Start with the threshold so we're not spanking it too much. Where's my phone? My phone is over here. Let's see if I can go to the app here. I have no service. Let's go to my Wi-Fi. Go to Dr. McFarland. And we're good on that. So I'm going to go to the Cortex app. I'm sure it's going to ask me or tell me, hey, you have an update for this app. And I'll probably just choose update. So go to my little thing there. I have all my different presets. Actually, I don't have my presets in there. I'm actually not quite sure how to update this thing. Let me save this real fast. Okay, it's saved. Let's go to settings, backups. Need to update from the store. Okay. So I just need to search for it. So I'm going to the App Store right now, wherever it is. Where's my App Store? There it is. So if you're new to the process, I'm being guided by the, from the gentleman on the live stream. And my phone just died. So I'll update it later. I don't need to update anything at the moment. What is your favorite amp so far on the Quad Cortex? Right now, the clean tone I'm getting is on the JP2C. But I'm a big, Ubershaw fan. I like the Bogner stuff. I like the orange. I like the Meza Boogie stuff. That sounds good. So I got cloud backup 1 of 5. So that's fine with me. Screen brightness. Probably see the screen a little bit better if I did that. I think this is new. I feel like this is new. Whoa. It's pretty cool. Yeah, usually when you're on camera, you want any kind of screen to be as dark as you can get it. So that way the contrast, you can actually see it a lot better. See, I love that. It sounds really good to me. I'm going to keep everything about that. But now I'm going to save as. Put it in that slot. We'll delete. We'll call this LD for lead. Still guitar. I'm just going to simply go in and change to channel 2. Turn the gain down a little bit. Here's channel 2, which is a lot brighter sounding. Definitely turn the gain down on this. I'm not quite sure which channel I like the best yet, between 2 and 3. Let's turn on the shred. The bass is all the way down. So I think the shred parameter just gets more top end. And we'll turn on the make sure that the gate is turned on. Okay, that works well to decrease any kind of noise that we get from the amp. On page 2, this is the graphic EQ sliders that you see on the amplifier. So we can bring up like some 750. Or we can bring it down. We can bring down some 6K. Maybe bring up some 240. Definitely get the smiley face going here. You can see there's little lines here where the 0 mark is. So something like that. All right, so that's pretty helpful. Once again, my capture is the Doc McFarland from Sonic DNA. So this is my own personal IR pack you can get from the Sonic DNA website. I also have a link down below in the description, as well as affiliate links to Sweetwater and Amazon. So if you like to shop at those locations online, you can go to any one of my videos I have on my channel, find an affiliate link in the description of my videos, and when you click on that link and purchase anything on the other side, either on Amazon or Sweetwater, I get a small commission from those purchases. So I do appreciate all the support from buying an IR pack, buying something through my affiliate links, or also buying a course off of my website, whether that's about music theory, recording, head rush stuff, and a lot more coming in the future. So the links in the description are ways to support me. So I appreciate all your help. And thanks for sticking around for this live stream. It's been fun. And, I'm just scratching the surface here on um, what I can do here. I'm going to go to my friend's favorite IR, which is the EE. He likes the greenback with the 57. Here's a greenback with the same 57 now off axis. So anytime you have a greenback versus a vintage 30, you're always going to have a slightly more mid-range with the greenback, because a vintage 30 has a little bit more scooped kind of a sound going on there. I got some songs I need to record over the next week, so I will definitely be putting the quad Cortex to use. Recording clean, overdrive, lead type stuff. I think it's going to turn out pretty good. We got our delay here. We have our reverb. We do have a compressor at the end of the chain. It's not doing a whole lot, but if I turn it off, it's just very, very subtle. Okay, let's go back to my phone now that it's charged a little bit. And I can go to the App Store and probably make sure that I'm on the Wi-Fi, which I wasn't. And Doc McFarlane Studios Wi-Fi. So for those that are now watching, the first hour of this live stream was just me waiting for the update to go through. It just literally took forever. I did not expect it to take that long. Did not expect it. So I'm going to search for quad Cortex and hit search. So neural cortex open, and I'm not sure it's updating. It just literally just opened it, so I'm not quite sure what else I need to do. I can go to settings, log out, what's new. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to update the app a little bit later. Let's actually go back to a vintage 30 type sound. Actually, this one, the later I go in the pack, I get more of a combination of greenback and vintage 30s. Let's see what this one does. Actually, let's do this real fast. Let's change this from a single. Let's change the device to a dual mono, which means I can choose an IR on top. And this is going to be more of like one single speaker with two microphones on it. So we'll do a vintage 30. Then on this one, we'll do a greenback. Let's try that one. Then this bottom one, I can pan left. The top one, I can pan right. So you're going to hear this very wide, hopefully very wide sound. Just for fun, let's bring up a mix bus session, and I will bring in live background music. And let's see here. Let's set my input and output device, universal audio, 48K, and we're good. So I'm going to change this to my DAW view here. There we go. And I can find, actually just play along with what's here. Maybe. Actually need to set my output. I'm noticing. So go to mix, go to monitor path, and I'll set my output to B virtual. I'm not exactly quite sure how that sounds. Might be too loud. I'm not sure. I can change the monitor source to mix. So now I should be hearing what you're hearing. Which one's that? Let me turn this down a little bit. Alright, I think this IR lower needs to be doing stereo. This compressor here. Let's compress it a bit. It's not so loud on your end. That sounds pretty good to me. I am fine with all that. All that right there. And we'll stop it. Oh, all right, guys. So that's the Quad Cortex. Lots and lots of things to go over in future videos. I'll do like a little 5 to 10 minute video showing some new features and stuff. I really do think out of the box, the Quad Cortex sounds excellent. It works great here on my desktop. For me to really use this live, I would have to get like some switch toppers to differentiate the heights between the two switches. I don't know. I really have to practice with it to make sure I have everything I need and have access to. But right now I'm in hybrid mode, which means I am switching between different presets. See that? So like C is my clean, and if I swipe up, maybe you can tell me if you're watching right now, can you access this view from a switch? Like I really want to be able to do that. Like if I held down a switch or something, see, I can't get back to that view without actually bending over and swiping my finger on the screen. I want to be able to see this view right here because since these switches don't have scribble strips, this is my only way of seeing or actually remembering where I have different things located, either in preset form or on stomps or on scenes. And I need a way to access this view right here. You can't do it. See, what does red mean? So you can touch things here, which is fine. That's all well and good. Well, I guess maybe if you're actually playing live, you just swipe up with your finger before you actually start, and this is what you see. Because, I mean, live, you don't really need to be in this view because this doesn't do anything for you. Sorry, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm an idiot. Here we are. So, this is the view that when you're in edit mode, this is fine. But the swipe up view, this is what I want to see all the time. Not all the time, but I want to be able to get to this view via the switches. And I don't think there is a way to do that right now. Because you don't want to have to bend over and swipe your finger on the screen just to get to this view. You want to be able to be in this view right here and maybe choose, I don't know. I need to be able to choose this view without having to bend over and use my finger. So let me know if there's a way to do that. I have yet to find it in the manual, which means I just don't think it can be done. And here's my Doc Ubershaw. Turn off the Freeman BOD. Okay, if I go to this preset, then go back, a BOD is back on. So it's perfectly fine. That's fine too. Here's my clean JP2C. And here's the tap it in, tap in that tempo. Here's the lead. Let's go turn up some bass here. Turn up the master a little bit. Not that much. All right, there we go. Cue outputs. Set the cue mix 1. I can set my mix to be whatever I want, but turn down the Cortex here. So that way you're not being blasted out by my mix, but I can just crank it up here in my headphones. All right, guys. I think that's good enough for now. I'm pretty happy with all the tones. I just want to be able to get to this view by hitting a switch or holding down something or something. Because having some kind of scribble strip or something on the screen that shows me where my presets are and what my scenes are, stuff like that. This is actually pretty good right here. Because you got your presets across the top. You have some stomps across the bottom, which you can turn off different stuff, which is great. But then if you press these two switches, you go into scene view, and that allows you even more functionality to switch between different scenes within that one preset, which I really like. Because this is a great way to kind of have a basic sound going on, and then go into here. You can turn on and off different stuff. And 3 hours and 13 minutes. I think that's pretty good. What you guys? Nobody else has really chimed in. I guess they're just enthralled by my playing or sweet tones or something. So, but just to reiterate, I think this is a good way of doing this. So, in the hybrid mode, you have presets across the top, stomps across the bottom, and then you can still access your scenes all right here. You got 8 different scenes right there. Because otherwise you're limited in 4 presets right here, and then 4 stomps across the bottom. But maybe you want to work the opposite way. Maybe you want scenes across the top, stomps across the bottom, and in this view you got 8 different presets you want to choose between. That might be a good option as well. That might be a viable option as well. I just don't have any scenes set up right now. But let's go down to our settings here, device options, and we're going to go to what was it? I can't remember. I do not remember. Oh, modes configuration. That's where it was. So now, if I drag this up and get rid of it and then press the plus plus, now I'm going to say I want my stomps and my scenes together. So, and I can hit that to go between. So scenes are across the top, stomps are across the bottom, and then presets are by itself. So check this out. Here's my hybrid mode. Here's my different scenes, which I don't have at all. Right? So scene A through D. My stomps across the bottom. I do not need my opto I don't need these actually assigned to a switch, so I have to fix that later. And then I hit this button, and now here are my 8 presets I can choose between, which is awesome. Here's my dock shawl. I don't know why my volume went down. Here's the empirical. Now let's say I like that sound. I like that preset. I'm going to go back into my hybrid mode. And now I can have 4 scenes across the top. And I can still turn on and off different elements within those scenes by the foot switches. So that might be a great way to work with the Quad Cortex. Okay, back to presets. Go to my clean JP2C. And let me turn this down. I'm using the 1176 to compress the guitar just slightly. So if I bypass my compression in the preset, so that's a big volume jump there. Honestly, if the Quad Cortex had an IEC power connection and maybe a slightly larger footprint to where the switches were a little bit farther apart. I recently did a video series on the Fractal AX8. And really the size of that unit is perfect. Because you got plenty of space between the switches to get your foot in there, switch between different stuff. But getting rid of all the knobs on the AX8 and just giving it a touch screen, I think that'd be the perfect size for a unit like this, with all the capture capabilities and whatnot. It'd be a little bit smaller than the Kemper Stage, but just a little bit bigger than the current Quad Cortex, and IC cable, a little bit bigger, and I think I could totally use this live. But for its current size and current foot switch distance, using it on the desktop is what I'm going to keep it as. And I will probably keep using my Kemper and or Headrush for my church gigs every week on Sunday. So, because I just don't want to, I don't want to have to keep unplugging the wall wart and, I just don't want to mess with the wall wart. I just hate that. Okay, let's actually go edit this compressor here at the end. It's a little too much. Maybe turn down the ratio. bypass it. So it's a lot louder now. Bring up the makeup gain. That sounds good. So maybe not compress this as much with the plug-in. Let's find a good spot there for my output. I want about 1 dB of gain reduction. So the JP2C might just be my new favorite amp. Might just be my new favorite amp. I am going to have to mess with the output of this here a little bit. Turn up the mids, go back to page 2, maybe turn up some 750. Turn down some 80 hertz. Something like that. Maybe add in a tube screamer, which I can't. It looks like I can't add in anything else. Interesting. I don't know why. Very well may be because I have 2 compressors in. Jeez. Amp output. Let's turn down this reverb a little bit. All right. 4 people watching. I have no idea why, but you're still watching. But you're not making any comments. I don't know why. So I don't know why you're watching, but I also don't know why you're watching and still not making comments. So got the ping pong thing going on with the delay. Here's the modulation chorus. Okay. All right, so if you're watching right now, let's do something fun. The first person to message me on my website, drmcfarlandstudios.com, and use the private message option there on the website. The first person to send me a comment of saying, "Hey, I was watching your live stream. I came here because you told me to leave a comment." The first person to do that will win a Doc McFarland IR pack from Sonic DNA. So if you're watching after all these hours and you want to get a free IR pack that I'm using right now uh, to give you some IR options, Greg Barth did say he was willing to do that a few weeks ago, and I don't see why this would not be a good option to do it now. So, drmcfarland.com. Let me go to my website here. Let me go to my website. Get rid of that comment. So, new browser. Doctor. I can't type. drmcfarlandstudios.com. And if you look down here, there should be some kind of chat box somewhere on there. Anyway, if you find it, I might have to have this full screen. I'm not sure. Bring it up there. If you find it, it's up there somewhere. And I want you to send me a message, and you will win a IR pack from Sonic DNA. So there you go, guys. That'll be a fun little addition there for you guys watching. There are 4 people watching. One of you will win an IR pack from Sonic DNA. All right, I am Dr. McFarland. If you have not seen my channel before and you like all things music and guitar, sim, amplifier, pedals, guitars, all kinds of just musical stuff, then subscribe to the channel below and click the bell. I go live every Tuesday for the Taco About Gear Q&A, and tonight was just all about the Quad Cortex and the new update and some of the new cool sounds you can get and added features like dual stereo IRs, which is totally awesome and sounded really good to me. And I'm going to go back to my clean here and play us out. So subscribe down below, click the bell, and in the meantime, and it'll be cool. So Jordan has come back on and said, did a bunch of research the last couple of hours. There's no presets on the device for the amp 2. Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine. I didn't think there was going to be presets because it didn't really say there were. But really turning on and off some drive, turning on and off some delay modulation is not really that big of a deal. And like I said, if you're just a rhythm player anyway, you're going to be using the modulation stuff very minimally. You might need to kick on some delay just for some general purpose type rhythm stuff. But most of the time, you're going to find a good core amp sound, turn on the overdrive, maybe keep on the reverb, stuff like that. And, it's going to be great. So now we're getting comments right when I'm about to turn off. So what camera are you using? This camera right here. This one right here is the Canon 90D with the 18-35 Sigma lens. And the camera overhead was the camera I have been using for a very long time. And this is the Movie audio muted. Yeah, that's fine. This is the Canon M50, which is great for overhead stuff because it's small and lightweight, and just not very heavy at all. So it looks like I can mute different things depending on what scene I'm in, which is kind of neat. Yeah, movie audio is muted. Oh, that's why on the intro, I can mute my audio on the intro. That's kind of neat. I'm learning all things all the time about this about Ecamm Live here. You can save presets in the program when you are plugged into the computer and recall them whenever. Okay. So you just can't recall them live, but you can recall them as long as you're plugged into a computer. Dondi, where are you from? You might be overseas if it's morning time for you. Or you could be Pacific time. You might be over in California or something. Florida? You're up late for being in Florida. It's 1 o'clock your time, man. Dondi's from Florida. Well, if you want to subscribe to the channel and click the bell so you'll be notified the next time I go live, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm about 300 away from 12,000 subs on YouTube, which I am going the very slow roll route. This last year I had a new house, a new baby, and videos were kind of put on the back burner for a little while, but I'm trying to do these live streams once a week, doing a Q&A live stream and releasing a pre-made video every Friday or so. I'm pretty sure I just found my new clean sound. This sounds amazing. Now on the this kind of thing, I like that amp, but if I really had to choose, like the dual channel 3 modern, the Mesa Boogie. Nah, that's too dark. Let's go with the Bogner Uber Lead. Maybe turn up the master a little bit. There's just all kinds of great clean or lead sounds in here. Let's actually go back down to the Soldano. Scrolling. That's the EVH. Here's the Freeman. It is what it is. PV. Here's a slow 100 lead. Something like that. Let's go back to my head and cab. You know, that sounds good too. So many great options in here. The CA trim orange. It's kind of dark sounding. Just kind of have to go in and mess with different stuff. See what you like. Who's a Ubershaw or a Brit UBL clean lead? I think it's the Jubilee. So I think that sounds very clean and bright. So I'm actually going to edit the details of this. We'll go here. We'll call it the UBL lead. And there we go. So now I got my clean over here. And my lead over here. If I need to go in and adjust anything about the output, I can. I can hold on the multi-output and check my output level. Which is great. Save that. Go to here, hold down multi-output again. Yeah, that's a great clean sound right there. Back to my lead. What did you learn? Was it about the output stage? Always go to the output and check your output level to make sure you're matching the sounds between presets. Yeah, so this is something that I've been doing on the Headrush for many, many years. Because that's really the only way you can adjust and match your output levels across different presets is go to your output level and make sure you're hitting the same kind of range. On the Headrush, you have green bars. They go from green to yellow to red. So there's a very clear line where 0 is, and I try to keep my levels 3 green bars below 0, which gives me plenty of headroom when I add in boost pedals or stuff like that. So I kind of wish there was more of a defined output level here, but there's a definite vertical line there, and I'm just hitting right at that mark. Something like that. Now let's adjust my feedback on my delay here. Maybe turn off the ping pong. adjust the mix. See, right now I'm on the waiting list for the FM9, and I just got done experiencing the AX8, which is a great unit, but the lack of spillover in the sort of way that I prefer to have it just wasn't there on the unit. And you were only limited to one reverb block and all kinds of crazy stuff. So I chose to sell my AX8 in lieu of possibly getting the Fractal FM9 Turbo whenever my name comes across the list and they send me an email. So if I ended up getting a FM9, would I keep the Quad Cortex? I don't know. I mean, the Quad Cortex is a great small unit for the studio. And if I did get the FM9, I would probably end up selling the Kemper stage. Because I do prefer having actual models to dial in versus having tons and tons of profiles. And even having captures on the Quad Cortex is great. But if you got, more than 3 captures per amp, there's just a lot of captures you have to scroll through. And there's literally 893 new captures installed in this new update, which is just way too much. I mean, there's no way you're going to really usably find value in having so many captures with all these different amps. I mean, at some point you have to learn, not really learn, but at some point you have to choose between some kind of clean option, a crunch light gain option, and then a lead option, and just choose what that is. So for instance, for me, I'm going to choose the JP2C clean. Because to me, that just sounds really good. And then switch over to my Jubilee lead. I'm actually going to delete the compressor at the end. I'm going to bring in an overdrive, which is going to be a green 808. And the drives are going to be all the way down. And this is now my clean sound. Now I'm talking with Dondi pretty much at this point. So Dondi says nothing will remove that Quad Cortex. That capture feature alone is too good for me. I probably will be selling my Kemper stage soon. Yeah, I mean, the captures I get I've captured plugins with this so far, and the plugin sounds great in the first place, but the capture is pretty much a 1-for-1 recreation of whatever setting I had on the plugin. That just sounded really good. Now a lot of people do say that the capture process sounds better than the profiling process or the profiling result on the Kemper. Even though I do prefer the size of the Kemper. I mean, the layout of the switches is preferable to me. But really, as we have it right now, we have our scenes. See, now I'm in hybrid mode, and I can have different scenes for this one preset, and I can turn on and off my delay, my overdrive, and my compressor. But I don't want anything assigned. Whoops, let's go back. I don't want my compressor assigned to anything. And I want my delay actually assigned over here. So let's rearrange my my stomps real fast. Let's go here. Let's go unassign. Step on it again. Press the switch. See, to me, that takes a little too long to reassign things. And that's a little annoying. I wish it was a little bit easier to assign things to a switch. On the headrest, you have hardware signs, and it was way easier to drag and drop things around to assign them to the switches. So maybe they'll update that in the future. I want my delay to be on H. So now I got my drive over here and my delay over here, which is perfectly fine. And if I had more stuff in here, I would probably utilize it, like my like this pedal. I can now turn on my modulation sound. Let's actually put this before all the amp in the dirt, like so. And honestly, if they had some kind of auto wall and a auto swell, that would be awesome. Scene mode works perfect for me. Yeah. So what's cool about this, Dondi, is this. This is what I discovered earlier. Is if you're in this view right here, you can see your scenes across the top and then any kind of stomps across the bottom. And then if you hit these two switches, you can see all your presets within that, essentially within that one bank, right? So you can see A through H. So now you have the option to switch between presets and your lead, whatever that is. Then hit these two switches again. Now you have your 4 scenes for that preset and some stomps across that preset. So for me, I want to get away. Let's see if I turn off this this compressor here. All right, I'm going to unassign that from a switch and unassign the first one from a switch. So I don't want anything on those switches. And now my delay is all the way over here, which I don't want. So I'm going to unassign that, assign it there. And I really need this modulation to be a tremolo, because I just prefer tremolo over anything else. That sounds really nice. And unassign, assign it there. So for me, if I always have some kind of drive on E, modulation on G, and then delay on H, that's kind of perfect for me. And that keeps things consistent between preset to preset. Um, you can always switch between different scenes on here if you had a lot more options. I don't have an overdrive in this, so let's add in an overdrive. And let's do a BD2. Turn down the gain a little bit. Okay, so for this, I'm going to unassign it, assign it to E. Now I got my blues driver on switch E right here. So yeah, there we go. So the BD2 at a very low gain. Some tremolo. Yes. That sounds really nice. What's great about the Kemper is it has instant access to a looper, which makes it just really great for live work. And if I got the FM9, I think you still have to add in your own looper into the signal path. It's just not always there, like always on. Maybe I'd have to check it out. Yeah, so the Kemper, I think the Kemper is perfect. I even think the sounds are really, really good. I think it's just the Kemper stage is made for the stage. But to me, the Quad Cortex was made for the studio. Because of its size and it fits on the desktop really well. You can see here, it's just doesn't take up a lot of room. Doesn't take up a lot of room. The Kemper switching is awesome. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. And plus, I've already bought the Tone Junkie Fender pack, the Dumble pack. There's a guy named Bert Mininoff, something, whatever his last name is. He makes some really great profiles. His deluxe profile goes from clean to like lead really, really well. So I'd be really hard pressed to. I might just if I get the FM9 email, I'm definitely trying to sell the Helix right now, the Line 6 Helix. So if you're watching after all these hours and you want a Helix, hit me up. And especially if you're in the Nashville area, we can meet up locally and I can sell it to you direct, or I can ship it with a probably about $50 shipping fee or something. And really, honestly, the Burt profiles make the Kemper just keepable. I mean, it just sounds really, really good. But if I can sell the Helix and maybe sell off some other pedals that I have, I could have enough money to buy the FM9, then I would have the quad Cortex, the Kemper, and the FM9, or a fractal unit. That's really the top three. It's like the big three you can really have right now. I can make videos on those units for till the cows come home, just forever and ever and ever, and get that sweet Google AdSense money. So, but honestly, that is a great clean tone right there. Just really, really good. Go back to my presets, choose my lead. I could live with that. I could live with that clean tone, right, or that lead tone right there. It's pretty good. I might want to choose a Vox of some sort, maybe. Let's go to this unsaved. And let's add in one more amp here. Let's go down. I feel like there was like a high watt that was added. Yeah, we have a high watt bright. Let's try a bright. Let's bring in my my IR loader, dual stereo. Let's just bring in some files real fast. Make them kind of different. Something like that. So pan this right, pan this left. Yeah, that's a good idea. Capturing profiles from the Kemper onto the quad Cortex. But see, I still want to be able to use the Kemper live because I like the foot switch layout. But for travel, I stuck with the QC. I love this thing. So you don't, I assume you have the quad Cortex on some kind of board with a power supply underneath, maybe. Because I would not want to mess with the wall wart if I were to play live. If I was to actually be in a band and use the quad Cortex, I just don't want to mess with the wall wart. I kind of wish they had an IEC jack like the Amp 2, like I showed you before. Like you weren't here when I showed all this, but here is the web, and this is what I want on the back of the quad Cortex. I want a nice solid IEC, jack with a nice on-off switch. That's just what I want. If I were to use this live, that's what I want. What's your input on the QC set to? My inputs. I'm not sure what you mean. What's it set to? I'm trying to think of how I get to my my ins and outs. Here we go. My input level set to 2.7. I could turn it up a little bit. My impedance is set to 1 mega ohm. The type is instrument. The ground lift is off. Let's turn off the sound effects. Mute the sound effects for this scene. Mute it for this scene. There we go. Yeah, that's my only drawback to the Quad Cortex was I wish it had a nice IEC power and not this wall work crap. I just think that was a huge. If you can fit an IEC on the back of a small unit like the Amp 2, well, that is a small unit, right? Now, mind you, it doesn't have a touchscreen, so I understand if there's a lot of stuff that you have to try and fit underneath there, but to me, having this nice IEC section here, it's just what I want. That's what I want to have on the Quad Cortex, and it's not there, which is a bummer. It is a bummer. So there you go. Let's go back here. Yours is at 5. 5 what? Like 5 dB? 5 dB in level? I'm not a fan of that amp. Let's try a different amp. I did a crazy thing with the QC for that IC. All right, go to my website and send me a message and or share me a picture on my Facebook Messenger, just Nathan McFarland, or you can find me at Dr. McFarland at Gmail. Send me a picture of what you did with your board, so I can see what you're talking about with the IEC thing. I guess the goal for the input is you want your input to be as close to that line as possible. Yeah. Send it to me on Facebook, Nathan McFarland. My profile picture is the Superman. Superman, Scooby-Doo. And all that fun stuff. So, all right, let's go back to my other presets here. Doc, B-Man for bassman, guitar, and weird. I feel like my presets are all over the place now. Something has happened. Okay, there we go. I'm assuming that the input level stays the same for all. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think that would affect my That's going to affect my my compressor settings here. So maybe lower that down. Okay, raise the attack a little bit so it's not as doesn't cut off the transients as much. All right. Tweak, tweak, tweak all day long. But that's a good start to learning this thing and kind of get a good workflow down for the studio. Got my different presets here. You know, don't have anything down there, but I can start there. Go to my hybrid mode. And Donnie, you might know this. Is there a way to get to this screen via pressing a switch? Or is the only way to get to that screen is by moving your finger up and down on the screen itself? Because I guess if you're playing live, you just, before you start playing, you just bend over, swipe your finger on the screen, and you just kind of stay in that view the whole time? Or do you ever, go to this view so you can kind of see what your layout is? I don't know. But that's the only thing that I really would like to see is being able to get to this screen right here. If I can do it. So I can see all my different scenes. I can get to my my overdrives, my analog delay. And then I can go to my preset view, go to a different preset, go back to my scenes and stomp view. Oh, I unplugged. I'm done playing for the night. So once again, this is the Gil Paris signature model from Reverend. It's a great stratty kind of sound and works really well. It has the Fishman Fluence pickups in it and 5-way switch, Wilkinson trim, and this thing is a beast. So there you go. I am going through a new system this week. This is the Apollo X4, and on the desk, and then the X8 in the rack with a Audient an Audient ASP 800 for 8 channels of ADAT going into the X8. And I have my voice going through an API Vision channel strip with some compression and EQ. My guitar was going through the same API channel strip with a little bit of compression and EQ for some post effects going in as we record. And I really hope everything sounded good for this 4 hours and 11-minute live stream, which is ridiculous. I'm really just hanging out, having fun with the Cortex, and you're here hanging out with me at almost 2 o'clock Eastern time, mind you, Dondi. You're up very, very late, my friend. So thanks for subscribing. Thanks for clicking the bell. Thanks for giving this video a thumbs up. And leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think about the Quad Cortex and what your favorite amp models are so far, and what your favorite features are. And like I said before, I would love to see an auto wall and auto swell, so I can do some proper swell type stuff for ambient patches for church. And you're really for any genre. It didn't have to be for church, but you know, it is what it is. And what else would I want? The ability to get to this view right here without having to swipe my finger. I can just hit like a foot switch or something and get there. That'd be really, really helpful. And yeah, that's all I got. So thanks guys for watching. I am Dr. McFarland. I will see you in the next video. Keep rocking.